All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. As you can see, the Hot Mess Express has passed by my desk, and I have got a nightmare going over here on my corner of wool. But I did get out the white, so we can do this. And so, oh, hold on, there's somebody. Let me tell them I will not be there. All right. Sorry. Let me get a drink. Scoop my chair where it needs to go. And let's take this and let's do the circle here. And this is going to be kind of the opposite of what we did right up here, where this was much larger than this. This is now going to be much larger than this one. And this is just going to add a little bit of fill because I changed this from that flower, because I didn't like that flower being upside down. And so we're just gonna change our corner just a little bit. And that will pull these colors back down into this border also. So we're using all the colors that were in the center motif in the border motif this way. And that works beautifully. All right. So we're just going to have that right there. Now we may have to do some adjusting when we pull this off if that isn't centered correctly or whatever, but I drew a line. But what we'll do when we get to this other corner is we'll actually take a ruler and draw a line. This one I eyeballed with my hand. Well, eyeball in hand. So that may need to be readjusted. But this was our practice one anyway, so we didn't even know if this will work. Alright, so I'm going to set my white and my turquoise off to the side because we don't need it. I'm almost done with this corner. As soon as I get right to about right here, I'll put my mat back on my frame cover back on. Binksy baby, what you doing? What you doing, my boy? What you doing? What you doing? Hold on, he's out of treats again. I should have checked that before I got up here. Got settled. Let me just fill him up real quick. This should be good. All right. So let's go ahead, get a little further in on this, and then I can put my cover back on and I won't be fighting this corner. We will have moved away from it. Actually, I'm going to come up to here. To this point. And then I may come back in and let's fill in with our background and see what we think even. That way we're not seeing the other drawn lines. So let's just stop there. I'm going to flip this way so it's not hanging down at the moment. And move this here. And I'm going to want to, I can go ahead and finish my gold because it's at the bottom, but then I'm going to want to go ahead and finish this out before I do any of these points. So let's work on that. We want to come in here because that's one of those. Yeah, we wanted to find the petals. Stop, stop, stop. I really do not like this wool. But I will let it go. I am just going to go around this petal, this jewel. Go ahead and come up here, higgly piggly, and throw this tail up right here. Okay. Just 1 second. Pet Toy Rodeo.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Lavina. How are you? What's up?
So that's estimating it'll take 3 hours just to cut one side.
For one.
For one
Full
sheet,
sheet?
one side. So then I have to flip them
I
all.
can't look at you like that.
I understand.
Wow.
We may want to get you, if you start taking Benadryl again, you might want to try one of those. Or even half of one.
Yep. Oh, and we went into commercial.
Oh, okay. Alright.
What do you think of this?
The cream in that?
No. And it's not cream, it's celery. It's got a green cast.
Oh, that's right.
The white with the jewel.
To match, yeah. Offset, yeah.
Well, because instead of the flower, I was kind of doing a loopy. There's an upside down flower. And I didn't like that. But just doing the loopy was kind of boring. This was a big dead space.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And it kind of brings that down. So all the colors that are in my motif up here are now in my
Going down there, yeah.
border.
There you go. Alright, so I'm going to have trouble hearing anything in there.
Well, I don't think you should sit in there.
Well, I can't sit anyplace else.
Only because your game's in there.
Well, and I got other things to do too.
Like what?
I got to get a ring for Pastor George because I messed up the other one. The paint kept coming off the as one, the paint pen. So I tried to spray a little bit of lacquer on it, you know, to adhere it, and it just made the paint pen just bleed into the plastic.
Hey, Suz, how are you?
Hello. So I'll have to print one more. I'm gonna wait a little bit, I think, for that.
Hi, my Bingsy
Hey.
boy.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
Knitting?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Love you.
How are y'all? Are y'all getting ready for this cold weather? I think we're at our high right now. I think we're at our high. That's really thin on that end. Let's start on this end. I know. I know. Oh, did I just pull that other one out? I did. Now you've got the dinosaurs. So I'm just filling in the rest of this side of the border because I want to see what this looks like since I redid this corner. I'm not sure what I think about it yet. So I thought I'd fill it in and let's see. Of course, I freehanded it on the fly without a ruler, so my corner may be off, although I think it's right, but we may have to come back and adjust it at some point. We will see. I was going to do something, now I forgot what I was going to do. I hate when that happens. The other reason I'm doing this is just to get rid of having to work on this corner so I can put my protective mat back down. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to do. Hold on just one sec. I just need to send one quick text. that's as far as I need to go on this bottom. Okay, so we need more of this cut. Alright, and then we're to an actual border on this. That's probably the selvage edge or whatever, but it's funky and I'm not going to use it. So we'll throw that away. So the more I look at the picture of this that I took off my camera, the more I like it. So we're going to higgly piggly in here. move back to our gold. Heavier shirt on today. I even have socks on. Man, you can tell it's having a hard time holding temperature. I'm gonna lose that tail, so I'm gonna have to do one more little bit. Okay. So we're done with that for the moment. We'll set that over there. Alright, I'm going to drop that back down. Move this. Bring that back down to here. And these colors are going to be the opposite of what we colored them now, because we did not do a flower here. So we will ignore those colors and do the opposite of what it says. Oh, okay, maybe I was too ambitious right there. We're just gonna go ahead and outline all of this. Should be able just to keep going. Start getting to the point we have so much of it covered, it's hard to get it to really stick, and so it starts having a hard time staying taut, so I just have to pull on it a little more. Oops, hold on. Alright, so I'm just... Okay, I'm not going to keep fighting this. Because when you are fighting it, then your loops aren't pulling correctly, it's given too much, and then when it pulls back down, they're too small. It's a whole thing. Well, you know, I would tell you a yes, but I never seem to time these things very well. All we've done is probably half of one side of the border, and then this is the short border, and we'll still have the whole other border, the bottom, and then the other half of this side, and then we still have all the navy to go around for the final border. So I would say it's 2/3 of the way done. I mean, this isn't a teeny tiny rug, first of all. I mean, that's just the middle section. So, and that took me, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks? I'd have to go back and look at my VODs. Now the gold is really what takes a long time because it's going across the whole thing. And it's going twice, right? It's going at the bottom and then it's going up at the top, and then you have to fill it in. So, and it's going across the whole rug. So that really is the longest part, is the gold. Thank you. It is a lot of work. And that is why You know, people sometimes don't want to pay the prices that you have to charge for them. But you know, just the money that we have in it in wool is expensive. It is, and people don't understand it. Well, I mean, some do. So, you know, I do have people that they understand the quality and they get it, but um, and they all think you should, you know, give your that you shouldn't charge for your time, right? Just the you know, but what? I've sat here for 2 weeks on this. So, can you imagine sitting at work, working 40 hours a week for 2 weeks and not getting paid at a desk job? They wouldn't be happy with that. Right, and this will last for generations. I mean, this will still be around way after we're gone. And if you're looking for those kind of heirloom pieces, then, you know, you understand you're going to be paying those kind of prices. But if you just want it because your apartment's cute and you think it would go great, you know, you're not going to want to pay these prices. So that's why I do the ones I like. Now, granted, I have a whole thing full of rugs that I've done that I don't have hanging, but that's why I do what I like, what's in my taste, because I may want to use it myself. Like, Brianna is moving to a different apartment and it's going to have hardwood floors, so I just told her she could have all my rugs that are in my entry and in front of my office if she wants them. So I'll need to move some rugs around that I have. So, but I have plenty of rugs to pull from. said, Brianna's moving to a new apartment that has wood floors. So I told her she could take my floors, my rugs that are in my entry and in front of my office. And if she does that, then I will need to move some other rugs around. But I have, luckily, plenty to choose from. So I will be pulling some out and using them. Yeah. She's very spoiled, but she knows it. That's part of being that only child thing. She's actually taken our sofa too. I hate our sofa. Yes, absolutely. So now I'm just outlining the top half of this ribbon that's going across, and then we'll fill it in. Yeah, this is really the big piece that runs across this whole outside. And I changed it. They wanted it to be, they actually wanted these leaves to come down and be what ran up all, as leaves. And I wanted it to be more like this chalice that they had holding it, which I'm going to have to adjust that too so that that green's coming all the way down right here. So I've changed that too, which is why in the corners it would have worked with their design because they had a flower going this way, and so that leaf would have just carried on. But I would have had to cut this off, do that flower, and then bring the gold back, and I didn't like that idea. So that's where I came up with the little loopy loop in the center. You like my idea better? Yeah, well, and I love this gold. I think it just gives it a brighter pop. Because we know the navy's going to be dark. And then we'll finish with that navy out on the outside, which will be and then on one of these days I will actually work on finishing how you finish a rug, because I have several that have piled up that are not finished. Yeah, I mean, it's, against this really light on this one, on this border, but because the gold will be again right here, I think it will work just fine. And they did some really weird, like they've got a little bitty thing here and then a thing here. And I'm not cutting wool that little to try to fill in both those spots. So, you know, I've definitely taken liberties with her design. Like these weren't even on the first design, but they were on the pattern on the rug. So and like following their lines, this is way longer than this one. Which is annoying. Now, I doubt very seriously somebody's going to go down and measure and go, oh, you put that in the wrong, you know, that's too long. But I notice it. Oops, that's too far over. Okay, stop. Alright, so let's go around this one. Alright, and we're going to come back down to here. And instead of going farther out, I'm going to go ahead and start filling in and coming back this way. And they all should be just about, other than where we have to widen it, it should just be one loop per thing. Alright, so we are working our way back the other way. Oh, excuse me. Okay, somehow I'm sitting crooked again. Oops. So other than filling in the background, this is what takes the longest on the border. Next we'll do the dark green to divide up the leaves. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. We're going to do the purple first. Now what's good about this is if for some reason we end up with any holes once we've steamed it and everything has relaxed, we can always just go back in and fill in those holes. So it's not like you've got to rebuild the rug or anything. So it's very simple. And this has a thinner end on it. And I'm going to start with it and come in right here, because this is a little wider. And see, we can put those little thinner ones right beside that. Until this narrows back down. come back on this right here. And that was my finger. Okay. So let me scoot my chair down just a smidge. Come on, you can do it. Right, I am out of gold. So let me get this last little strip that I have right here. Okay. No, I go ahead and turn that up to 72.
No, I'm so tired. I better stay awake, man.
Okay, so let's move that out of the way for a little bit. The gold. Let's bring our purples back over. Because we're going to be pushing this one right here. So
No, you didn't kill anything.
no. Toy Rodeo's in the Girl Scout cookies again, people. I'm going to end up with none. Hey! How are you, Beige? What'd you do today? Rating. Why is it always such a bad thing that you raid when there's always a commercial? Isn't that the dumbest thing? It shouldn't let you do that. How are ya? Don't be suspicious, it's just Beige. How are you, Lunarius? What'd you do today, Beige? How was your stream? Has he told y'all I've influenced him into trying a new type of rug working? You didn't get much done, but that's okay. You just chatted. That's fun. Hey, Classy. Classy, do you feel better? I'm influencing someone else besides you. We've got Beige going too. I'm a good bad influence. Well, I like being a good bad influence. I like getting people to try something new. You got 2 crochet hooks. Now you have to find the time to look for the frame. Yes, a frame would be important. You do need a frame. A frame would be important. Well, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm glad to have y'all. Y'all are familiar with rug tufting, which I do have all the stuff to do that. You should have one. And I do what is called traditional rug hooking, which is what uses almost a crochet hook. You can start with a crochet hook, which is why we've got Beige looking for a crochet or for his frame to go with his new crochet hook. And you can you work from the top instead of from the back, which is what tufting does, works from the back. Tufting also, you can set your gun to cut your loops or not cut your loops usually, or at least my gun does both. With rug hooking, you work from the front and you pull loops. So as you can see, I've got strips of wool. You can use strips of old clothing. You can use yarn, which is what Beige will be doing to start. And you literally are going in and pulling loops up. The difference with what I do and what he does is my loops are not cut. Therefore, I do not have to paste on the back and then put a backing on it if I don't. I can put a backing if I want to, but I don't have to, because my loops are not cut. Therefore, there's not just short pieces that can come out easily. You're going to start with your scraps of yarn, right? Yes. So that is the difference in what I'm doing right now and what he's doing. I am using actual wool because this is going to go on the floor. If you want it to go on the floor and you want it to hold up, wool, whether it's wool yarn or wool strips, is really your best bet. Unless you're like using it in a bathroom, and then cotton would be excellent because it will absorb water. The other thing I do, which I'm getting ready as soon as I get this rug done, and the center of this rug is on my screen on the left. Once I get that done, then I am transferring to the punch needle, which is what I've got. Classy, I think she's designing a rug to start doing with the punch needle, and that works from the back just like your tufting does, but it's manual, it's not with a gun, and it's exactly the same thing. You're using yarn which feeds through and punches like this, and so you work from the back, your loops are on the front. And I have a couple of different sizes that I use so I can make my links shorter. They were the plastic ones. 44 euros for a plastic one? Yeah, I think so. So that is the difference with that. So those are my two main ones that I do, is the punch needle and the rug hooking. I can show you a couple of examples I've got sitting around. If you haven't been in here before, it is so expensive. Yeah, that's a lot, especially for a plastic one. So I also will combine the two techniques. This one is for a book. I've got to finish the binding so I can get it in. My due date is in March. But this is called the Scented Jewel, which is the name of the rose. And so it has the roses and then the jewels. This one is completely hooked. And then this one, which is a Valentine piece I did, this is part punched, part hooked. So because you work from the back on punching, and because my pattern was drawn on the back, what I did was I punched around the areas I wanted to hook. And then in here, I used a plaid wool and did flipped it back over to the front side, hooked these areas, and then flipped it back over and finished the rug on the back side. The other thing I did on this one is this entire center is punched with my shorter needle, and then this outside, this whole pink and gold is, hey Prophet, how are ya? Is punched with my longer needle, so it actually, I don't know if y'all can tell, but it made my border stand up and all of this sit down inside of it just by punching it. I didn't have to do anything or cut anything or trim anything. So all kinds of different ways to finagle that. This is my other one that's about to be in a book, and it's the same thing. I punched from the back around my scales so I would know where my scales were, and then flipped it to the right side. Used iridescent wool. It was wool with an iridescent fusible layer that went over it that just makes it really shiny. Did my hooking there, and beige, the pink in here is all wool. It's a what is it called, that ice wool that is that metallic, that ice yarn. I love that for some of these things, and that's what's in her hair too. These breaks in her hair is that yarn, and so this is a mix of both. So thanks for joining me, and I'm so glad I can influence some of these people, like Beige and Classy and a couple of others. And so now all I'm doing is, oh wait, I have one already under here. So you don't have to hold your yarn or your wool, it just hangs. And then I'm just going down, wrapping it, pulling up a loop, and bringing it back down. Okay. No problem. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And you have a good time cooking. In 20 minutes. I was going to say 0 minutes you might have a problem. Gonna make pasta. Well, we're having a cold front come in here in Texas. Our high started this morning at 51, and we will be 13 by tonight. And it's raining. So I was thinking chili for tonight. And of course, Texas does not have, it is not a myth, Texas does not have beans in their chili. Just so y'all know. It is a real thing. Yeah. And I think I even have some Fritos and some cheese. I can even make Frito pie. You'd die without the beans. You see, that's one of those Yankee things. I tease, when we lived in Ohio, yeah, Frito pie. Yummy, yummy. When we moved to Ohio, of course my husband's from Ohio, I'm from Texas. When we moved to Ohio, he took me to a place and ordered chili, and I was horrified. It came out on spaghetti, and I was like, what in the world are you eating? And it had beans. So it was chili, it had beans, it came out on spaghetti. I'm like, what is this madness? Oh, that'd be your bulk and your yeah. Well, if you don't eat meat. I know, it is gross. It is gross. It is gross. So we're working on the outside border. And the longest part of the border is the gold that goes around the whole thing. We've done part of this side. I know. See, go tell them to throw some chili with beans on their pasta. See what they say. They might kick you out of the country. They might kick you out. And Prophet, I'm glad to see you. I saw you say hello. I'm glad to see you. You've been missing. We do notice these things. Hope all is well in your world. Now, one of the things that does happen with, and it does with tufting too, but they cut their loops so it doesn't really, well, if you don't cut your loops you can see it. If you cut your loops you can't see it, but is directional hooking. So because we keep our loops, you can see the direction of the loops, right? You can see they're going this way. Inside some things, I don't want that directional hooking because I don't want your eye to be drawn to that. So let's say this background. I don't want your eye to go to the background before you go to the motif. So what I do is called higgly piggly, where you can see this is in a row. You can see the loops are absolutely uniform. And in these leaves, you would expect them to be uniform because they grow like that, right? But on the background, you don't see that. You don't see just straight rows. Work's been crazy. Yep. Hey, I get it. You do what you have to do to rest up, rejuvenate. We all need rest. They're already giving me crap for pineapple on pizza. Well, yeah, I would too. And you don't eat it, and it's a Canadian invention. And so they're giving you crap for no reason. Isn't it funny how we just assume everybody is whatever that thing is, right? So this rug, we were trying to figure out a while ago. I'd have to go back and look at my VODs. I know I've been working on it a little over a week, but I don't think it's been 2 weeks. They think it's an American thing. Yeah, across the board, right? So what we're doing with these is we're coming in and dropping our loops in certain areas to create these little flowery petal things, so that when we, and it may look like a blob. It's higgly piggly, but you're close instead of wiggly. But I will show you. So let me outline this one and then I'll show you on the inside of this one. So when you do with your punch needle, it's going to be easier. You have a little more flexibility because your yarn is softer. Where my wool strips are stiffer and they just make these perfect little loops that do not fall over. So when you're punching with the yarn, when you're punching, you tend to just either go like straight up and down and you'll zone out. Trust me, you'll zone out. Or you'll start just following whatever the pattern is and you'll just keep kind of going around it like this. And that's fine if you're working little areas, but when you start getting to a big area like the background, right? If I just kept going around this and then around this, and you can do that. It makes a really cool kind of like an ant track kind of farm thingy doing, and you can keep going around. but you're gonna have that shape, and it is gonna show that shape all in here, and there will be a design in here. Whether you want it or not, that's what it's gonna do. It's gonna be a design. So when you higgly piggly, what I do, let's say this section was going to be completely blank, had nothing in it, and I just need to fill it with my background color. I would come in and I would just kind of break up here, and then I might go here and here and then here, and then I might go here and then here and then here and here and here, and do all of that and make little bitty areas. Then I would come back in those areas and then fill them in. And I might go this way, and then I might go that way, and then I might go this way. So, but the main thing is, if you'll break these down into small areas, then you're not going to get a big flow of a pattern, and that will keep the eye away from that. So I just go in and I kind of go this way, and then I might go back here. Oh, and then I might go right there, and then I might go way over here, and then I'll just fill in whatever's in that little section, and then whatever's in that little section that I did. So, and to remind myself to do that, that's the first thing I do. So when I get to a big area that needs to be filled in one color, I will outline and break up sections with my wool first. And that way I know, okay, so then just fill in this little area and then fill in this area. Otherwise, I zone out, and I would have just gone around and around. You just get to where it's very rhythmic, and you can zone, and then you look back and you've got a second pattern, right? Because you've got this pattern here, and then you have this other one that is making this outline of this pattern. So it's going to have that same, it's going to take that shape all the way through. And that may not be what you want it to do. You may want your eye to go to the inside. Toy Rodeo, did you see Classy? I don't think he's at his computer at the moment. He will. And the nice thing about the punch needle is that it's continuous fed, where I'm having, to cut wool and do all that. So that's the other thing about the punch needle going and you getting into a rhythm. Right. So because you just put your, skein of yarn, just make sure you take it either from the inside if you're going to use a big skein. Take it from the inside so it doesn't bounce around or make it into a cake. So you can pull from the center. Because you don't want to have to constantly that don't have this. So that's what Cub is using, is one of those. And what I told him to do with it is just get one of these little eye screws and just screw that, drill a little bitty hole and then screw one of those onto the end. And even though you don't have the slit, you'll have it held back here so that it's feeding down through here. And that will at least keep it from just falling forward. That's the worst part, is without this, then you only have this little eye that it's going through, and so they fall, right? There's nowhere for your yarn to slide through. So I would just take a little eye screw and put that in. This one, I use Oxford punches, so this one came with the eye screw, but I bought that one after I had bought her first one, and it did not. And even with this, the yarn would sometimes start coming out up here, and so I went and got a bigger screw so that my bigger yarn would go through this one, and I actually put this one on myself, and I love it. I love that it feeds through. So you can use that. Right. So it has this hole in here. Did it have this little thingy up here? If it has this, that's all you need. But if it doesn't have this and doesn't have this, you're going to find it difficult. So there's the hole in the tip, which is where you put the yarn through, which is what goes down into your thing. Oh, it had. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Like this one. So it goes all the way fed through like that. So you use one of those long thingies to pull it through. I see what you're saying. That shouldn't affect you at all. The only frustrating thing about that is, yeah, it comes with the needle threader, and that, that's the most tedious part of it. Yeah, so just don't ever lose those, and you can buy those by the you can buy those in bulk at Amazon. Because if you lose them, you cannot get that thread through, that yarn through there. So those are fine. That's the only thing. Just a little more fiddly. Just a little more fiddly. And then it's really up to you if you want your pile, so your loop size, to be like shorter than what that needle comes, then you can always take like masking tape. Like, I like the shorter pile, and this is my go-to needle. So if you look at the difference in these two needles, that's quite a bit of a difference in the height. So however far down you punch is how big your loop is going to be. So I like the shorter. But if you get one and you don't like the height of it, if you prefer it to be shorter, just take some masking tape, put around a couple of times so it builds up a little bit of bulk, and then you'll only punch down as far as that tape is, and it will stop you. And you can make your loop shorter that way. So you can always get around some of those other things. I know all the cheats. Alright, I am out of my purple. So in the small camera you can see my cutter. And I just take large strips of wool. And I run them through my cutter. the blades on it. It makes all different sizes. Alright, and then just go back. And I try not to put two ends together. Ooh. Okay, so I pulled too hard and that one went away. We're just kind of higgly-piggly in the inside of this. Maybe, if I can pull this up correctly. There we go. So like I said, on this flower, it looks like a hot mess at the moment. When I'm right at the edge. But when I go and fill in with my background, then I will come in where I know that I have left these little loopy thingy holes for the petal to take this shape. And then you'll be able to tell the shape, but right now it's just looks like a purple blob. Purple blob. And all of this looks really dingy, but that's because when I keep sitting all of this on here and I've cut it, all those fibers just sit. So like this will turn purple, it will turn blue, it will turn whatever color I'm working on. And then I'll use a lint roller, get a bunch of it off, and then once we steam the whole rug, then we'll get it back to its right color. Right, so this will be our last purple one, and then we'll do, ooh, I'm not gonna be able to finish that one because my frame is right here. We'll do these two, fill into here, and then we'll have to move it off of our frame and scoot it over. And Unfortunately, this does not move as fast as tufting on the front end, but I don't have the cleanup that tufting does. I don't have to shave it and build my lines and do all of that. So it's slower on the front, but makes up for it on the back on cleanup. And this is a large rug. I don't remember the dimensions. What are the dimensions? This is a 25 by 37. So, good size. So I'm just feeding, really I'm just keeping my hand right here so that I can just throw it over my hook when I stick my hook under there. And then what I do with my hook is I'm pulling up higher than the loop will be, and that's to make sure underneath that I'm getting any lag out from under there, because we don't want loops on the underneath, because this will be on the floor that you walk on. So I'm just kind of guiding it. It's not really, I don't have to hold it there. I can take my hand out from under there and it's still hanging. In fact, this gold over here is still hanging down because I didn't cut it. I just thought we would leave it. And then cut those tails right there. And you pull all your tails up to the top. That way, if there is a snag or something, it will not, like if it's scooted on the ground and snagged, it wouldn't grab a tail and then start pulling out all the loops. So even when you punch needle from the back, you want to punch and push your loops through to the front. I'm doing a commission piece next, and it is going to be punch. So it will be interesting. It's all blues and browns. So that will be quite interesting. And then I've got a collab that we're gonna do. I've got an artist friend that is a painter, and we're gonna take one of her designs. I'm gonna do it as a rug, and she's gonna paint it as a realistic at the same time. And then I've got about 10 rugs already in my head to do next, so I am way down the road. Way down the road. just so y'all know, when March Madness in the U.S. is just about to happen, which is the college basketball. And my channel and my husband's channel, we're both going to do what's called March Madness brackets. You don't have to know anything about the team to participate, or about the teams. I never do. I just pick, but I always win. I mean, I'm close. I win, or I'm right in the. I'm in the final. We're gonna set up on ESPN a bracket area for our channels, and you can go and set up a bracket, and if you're on both our channels you can do both brackets, and whoever wins will get a trophy. And then between his channel and mine, depending who wins, who does the best, there's going to be some kind of payoff that has to happen between him and I, but I don't know what that's going to be yet. So we just don't know yet. All right. I know this is color blue and this one's color blue and that was pink, but we're going to do the opposites because that one was blue. So we're now going to do this pink because I took away a flower that was right here. So this is now going to be pink and that one will be pink. Oh, but we want to do our dark greens for our I told y'all I have a hot mess going on at my desk. Y'all should see. All right, hold on. Let me find my dark green envelope. Well, there's no telling who will be in the finals, so I think it's going to be worse than that because we probably won't have a shirt. So there will have to be some kind of really bad. You can think about that. Classy, think about what we can make him do, because so far I won the year before, so we have a family bracket that we do, and because my son-in-law is really into basketball, so we do a family bracket. I won 2 years ago, and so we have a really cool trophy, and we pass it back and forth each year, so whoever wins has it for the year. And we year before last I won, and last year I made it to the final game, but my daughter beat me. So the boys haven't won at all, so I'm feeling pretty confident that it will be him that has to pay out. I'm feeling very confident. Now, I was very confident on football and I lost. So, you know, he will have to come on my stream and do something. I think we should make him make a rug, personally. Or at least 30 minutes of working on a punch needle rug or something. Oh yeah, that's it. Make him do a small cross stitch. I don't know if he is paying any attention because he hasn't said anything. Hold on. You're not paying any attention, but Classy said hi to you, and then she said, when you're paying out, you're going to have to do a small cross stitch on my channel. Okay, I've got him started now. You'll be seeing him here in just a second make an appearance, I bet, because he was like, poof, cross stitch, nothing. I'm betting he's typing, but you know it takes him a while. He's a little 2-finger typing. He downloaded a new game he's been playing on his stream, and I think he's in there playing it. So we're just doing this dark to divide up the leaves. He is good at it. He just doesn't like that the backs of his don't look as good as mine. And you know, he's a tad bit competitive. I think it's a great idea. Alright, I think I can at least get this. I'm not going to fill in the bottom of these flowers because it's the same color as the background, so when we do the background on this area, then we'll do that. So that's why I'm leaving those blank. I didn't forget about them. I'm helping. Yes, the rule in our house is if you have to explain you're helping, you're probably not helping. I need an emote that says I'm helping. Yes, I did need suggestions. It's not her fault. Not her fault. Okay, so that's it for that darker green right here. And I'm going to take this lighter green and I'm going to do this part that I always forget first, which is down here. I see it and I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to do that. You get it. You get credit for it. Don't be poo-pooing Classy's ideas. Alright, so I'm just going to do the bottoms of all these. to this one. I can get to this one. I don't know if y'all can see this one. My camera just likes to move around for no reason. Okay. I'm just gonna try to pop that just a little farther back so y'all can see. Okay. Because down here will end up being our navy final border at the bottom. So we'll bring that blue all the way down to here. So here and here, we're going to do the pink, and I'm just doing this little pink right here. I don't want it to really pop out massively. I just want, when your eye looks, that you recognize that there is a delineation between the two petals, or the three petals. So that is all I'm doing right here, is just putting this little strap, and these are cut too wide, so they're cut for like a 7, and I need a 6, so we're just putting them in my cutter and trimming off that little bitty bit of an edge. And I'm just looking to see where that other one comes out, which is right here. So we want to start about right there. Okay, and that is the really thin one. Let's see if this one's thicker, because I think they both went thin. Pretty thin. I think it cut this one down the middle, which gave me basically 3s on each. Alright, and then we're going to do it down here on this one, way down here. So my channel is not quite as lively as some of the others. things move slow over here. But if you're in for some virtual ASMR and some relaxing music, I'm your channel. Okay, so I'm glad I can help you wind down at the end of your day. I love it. Alright, I think I'm going to go back and let's go ahead and do our green. I'm just going to follow this up. Goat trying to knock my front door down with his horns. He says, "Let me in." See, I would let him in. That's my problem. I get way too attached. So, when we lived in Ohio, when we first moved there, we didn't know the area well enough, so we just got an apartment until we could learn the area. And our apartment, you stepped out on our porch and there was a pond, and so the Canadian geese, would be there all summer and then go off in the winter. But there was a hurt one, and okay, well, first of all, I fed the birds. It started off, I fed the birds. Bam, bam. That is so cute. So, one of our windows, I had a hope chest right there, and my cats would lay in the window, and they would watch the birds. So I put a bird feeder outside, so they could watch all the birds, and so they would lay there and get their entertainment. So then I noticed that the ducks and the geese were coming over and eating all the bird feed. So I started just throwing food out by the lake, which was literally, 3 steps outside of my door, for the geese and the ducks. And then the one goose was hurt, and so she would stay around there, and she always knew she could eat. She would have something to eat. So the ducks would actually get irritated if I hadn't been out yet, and they would come up on my porch with their beak and start knocking on my door, on my glass door. Like, "Hello, it's time to feed us. Excuse me, did you forget about us?" So then, as they migrated, the goose, her little clan left her, and she was by herself with that lame foot. And so I fed her all winter, and she stayed right there by my porch, and we went into a commercial. her foot got all better, and the next year she was able to go off with them. So the end of that story, if y'all are all back from ads, is that her foot actually healed over the winter, and she was fine next spring, and when everybody came back, she was able to leave with them the next fall. But I am a sucker for animals and babies. They can't take care of themselves. My daughter called me the duck whisperer because they would come knocking on our door. It was hilarious. At some point, we'll have to tell Toy. When Toy Rodeo comes in, we'll have to ask him how many bags of birdseed I would buy weekly. It was quite comical. Quite comical. We went through it. All right, we are getting there. Never as fast as I think I will. I always think I'm going to be much farther than I am. There was a little thread hooked around my hook. classy. If you're going to put any words on your son's rug, make sure they're backwards, because you're going to be punching. Okay. So here we go. And we'll come in and get all these points fixed when we do our filling in of the background color on that one. Now let's do the blue. So it's the same thing. We're going to do just a smidgen of a different color to give us that vibe of the different flowers. Uh-oh, hold on, that tail is hanging down. Which is exactly what happened with the other ones. Okay. What is going on with this blue? It's slippery. It's slippery. Alright, so that's that blue. And then
You may have to go kick me in the butt or something.
you know what? Let's do our green first. Okay. I'm not going to do this other green one. We'll wait until we move it. I'd only get half of it anyway. So we'll finish this blue flower and then work on our background up to here, and then we'll move our whole thing on our frame. And shift it. Let me shift me for a second. Okay. Cut both those tails at one time. So now we're to the big blue. Big blue. Okay, come back down this way. Alright, we're now headed to the background, which is boring, but you can see how the Higgly Piggly works. Although this is such a small area, is she eating? Are you getting her to eat? So this is where we start building our flowers. When we start filling in, like right here, there should be, we sunk this one back, so there should be a white, hold on, quit, right there. I knew this one was gonna be tight right here. So I always, on my background, I outline first. Sorry, I'm just stretching my neck real quick. Oops, that one went in the same loop. Hey, Vince Puddin', how are ya? We are just rocking along here. Just got lunch and an ad came in. Maybe you're not in the ads since you just came in. my guess would be Kuwait since it's KWT. Fridge hunting was a success. We got her one. It was on sale. She was happy. And I think they're delivering it Thursday, depending on the weather here. Because, you know, Texas does not do well with ice. And our high was 51 this morning, and we will be 13 tonight, and it's raining all day, so, you know, we get the black ice and all that jazz, and who knows if it'll be gone by Thursday, because the whole world shuts down here. Was it? Yeah, it's coming down this way. So, and of course, you know, we don't spend the money for the big equipment because we don't usually get snow. We can go years without snow. But we do have the beet juice now. They do spray the beet juice on the rows. They were out doing that yesterday, I noticed. Oh, it's too grow, even with your heater, to do your glass beads. Yeah, well, that's a problem, isn't it? And I would assume that would be a finicky craft, right, or hobby, because it would, even with the heater going and stuff, would it cool off too fast, like with the air, the normal air? Would you have problems with it cooling? I don't know enough about beads, but I would assume just like if a glass gets too hot and then too cold, it breaks. It's much harder to do in the cold. Yeah, breaks. Ah, yeah. I'm learning. See, I'm learning through you. Oh, well, that's true. You can usually reuse it. So it's not a lot. I mean, it's not a complete loss. Your time's a loss, come away with a finished product, but at least it's not destroyed. So that's good. It's kind of the way I look at dyeing wool. If it didn't come out the color I wanted, I can always set it aside because I can use it in another project somewhere. So if I'm experimenting, it doesn't scare me because I can use it somewhere. Yeah, see? Happy little accidents again, right? That's how I look at things all the time. Alright, Rudy, let's see, where do we want to go in here? I try to always have a positive outlook. My daughter, when she was young, and all the drama. Me too. When, she would come home and the whole world, especially junior high. And she would start telling me something, and I would start laughing, and she would get so angry. And so then I would repeat it back, and I would say, okay, listen to what you're saying. And then she would start laughing. And I would be, one, usually it was about other people, and I'm like, really, Brianna, do you know how ridiculous that is? And then she would start laughing and go, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things we taught her, too, is, if you can laugh at your own situation, then anybody else laughing at you won't bother you. And if you can always find something good in it, then it doesn't set you. I mean, there are going to be times you're, thrown for a loop. But I try really hard to just not react to that and find the good in it. All right, I am out of that color, so my celery. So let's cut some more. Yes, that's true. If they can't aggravate you, they won't keep doing it, right? If they don't get your goat, then it's not any fun to them. So my brother is 9 years younger than me, and he just aggravates my mother to no end. And I'm like, Mom, he just says the opposite just to get you. Why do you let him get you? And she just has to argue back. She has to. And I'm like, whatever. You have fun with that. But he will say, if you say the sky is blue, he will say, no, the sky is blah, blah, blah with aubergine, blah, blah, blah. Aw, thanks. Dubdimo? Dubdimo? Is that how you say that? Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. But, you know, if I say the sky is blue, he's going to tell me, no, it's... Hi. Did I say it right, Dubdimo? But, you know, he will come in with some other thing. He should have been an attorney because he can argue anything. And I just won't rise to it. He'll call and be aggravated and blah, blah, blah. And I'll just say, oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. it just takes all the wind out of his sail. Dubs, Dubby. Awesome. Well, how are you? Are you having a good day? I hope so. Good. We're just talking positivity. He could sell ice to an Eskimo. He couldn't sell it to me because I know him way too well. He can be very charming. He can talk a blue moon. Very intelligent, but he just wants to argue for the sake of arguing. So whatever my mother's... So he'll argue something. And like it'll be the opposite of what I'm saying. And so we'll go on for a while. And by the time we're to the end of it, he's worked his way around on his argument to what he really believes, which is the same as what I believe. And so he just took the other argument to see if he could get you to rise to the conflict. It just wears you out. So I just don't rise anymore. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. So, Deb, I am doing right now what is called traditional rug hooking. So this is actually working on the front side and taking wool strips and pulling up loops. And it takes longer than punching, but you don't have as much cleanup on the back end. So kind of probably about the same time ultimately, but I'm working from the front. I'm pulling up my loops. So my lines are more controlled because I'm working from the front. I won't have the cleanup that I would have on punching, since you're punching from the back and then you catch a color and you have to, get those cleaned up because they're pulling a color way over here that shouldn't be pulled over there, blah, blah, blah. So tufting. So yeah, so she makes her own worms. Fancy pudding, you crack me up. So tufting, with the tufting guns, it cuts the loops. Well, my tufting gun, I can say cut the loops or leave the loops. Most of them cut the loops and then you see them, shave the whole thing. And so that makes each strip that's in their rug about that long, right? So then that's why they put the glue on the back. I don't have to do that with my rugs because I do not cut my loops. and so they don't pull out. They're in long strips, and so I don't have to do all that gluing, that stinky mess. Now, I do also punch by hand. So if you've learned tufting, this is punch needling. And my next project, as soon as I get done with this one, I have a commission that I am doing on stream that he said I could do on stream. And I will be doing that with my punch needle, and that will be with yarn. So those are the three differences between tufting, punch needle, and rug hooking in a very short term. And then there's latch hooking, which uses the short yarns also, but it ties a knot in each one so that they don't come undone. So that is what I'm doing. So yes, you're learning something new today. Oh, and I was going to use the wrong color. So yes, I will be making more worms here in just a second. So what I'm doing is going in with my little hook and just wrapping a loop around it and pulling that loop back out. Latch hook. Do I have a latch hook needle in here? I have one somewhere. So latch hook uses almost a crochet hook too, except there's this little floppy piece that flops over. And so when you go under, so it's, think of plastic canvas. Have you seen plastic canvas? So it's got bigger squares, right, that are open. So you take this and you would go in and back up so that one of these fibers would be across those. Then you take this little piece of short yarn and lay it across here, and you pull, and it throws the latch over so that when it comes back across, it makes a knot across that strip, and that's called latch hooking. And I have a latch hook somewhere. In fact, I have a latch hook pattern. That is what I learned many, many moons ago from my grandmother. That is the only craft she ever taught me, was latch hooking. And I will pull that. It's a bee pattern. A honeybee one. And I saw it the other day. I will grab it. I think it's in the other room though. So I will grab it and I will show you tomorrow when you come in, Fancy. Remind me if I don't do it. And I'll show you the latch hook, because they're fun and they're fast. I have a beautiful fall one that I did that's latch hook. So there are all types of, there's locker hooking, which is another form of rug hooking that is almost with a long knit, almost like a knitting needle or a Tunisian crochet hook, and you do several and then pull it through, and that's what locks your loops down. I've never tried that. That doesn't look fun to me. I love bees. In fact, I was working on a pattern for bees with some hives and some sunflowers. Of course, you know, it's 100 rugs down the road. Yeah, you would have to, I haven't really, I mean, I've seen it done, and you know, there's rag rugs where you braid the rugs. I think there's one called Amish toothbrush rugs. So there's lots of different techniques. Right, here's where I cut my noodles, or my worms, whichever you want to call it. Yeah, see, rag rugs. They were a big deal a while back. This, if y'all care anything about the history, and you aren't bored, I can tell you the history of traditional rug hooking. It's probably the only one that we absolutely 100% know we can say that started in the U.S. There's not a whole lot of, you know, you can't say crochet, you can't say knitting, you can't say weaving, you know, right? All of that. But this one 100% started in the U.S. I love history. It is my favorite thing. So, in fact, my daughter, her bachelor's is in history, and then her master's is in museum studies. So we love history. We go do all the history things. So how this started was, you know, you used to get the many moons ago, you would in the U.S. get the flour in the big burlap sacks, and you know, they still had dirt floors, so the women would get industrious, right? You didn't throw anything away. Nothing was wasted. So women started drawing these primitive, where you couldn't tell really was it a horse or a, even before the Dust Bowl, women would take like clothes that had holes in them that they couldn't repair another time, and they would take these big burlap flour sacks, and they would draw these really primitive patterns on them. You know, that's when you see those primitives that it looks like a horse, or it looks like a dog and it's supposed to be a horse, or, you know, some of those kind of things. And they would just sketch out some kind of pattern and use whatever old clothing they had that could not be repaired anymore. They would cut it into strips, and they would just take a bent nail and pull up those loops. Well, then flour companies got smart, and they started printing, and I know Classy has seen this because she's wanted the ones with the colors on the flour. So some flour sacks they would print patterns on, and some flour sacks they would print like colors with patterns, like, you know, flowers or checks or whatever. And then others they would actually have a pattern on it already. So when you would go in and purchase your flour, you could then pick which flour sack you wanted, and then use that flour sack to make your patterns. So at some point, this man, because his wife was making these rugs, decided there was a need for these patterns, and so he started a pattern company, but he was like a door-to-door salesman, right? And he started realizing there was a need for these little rugs, and so he started printing them and would sell them. Well, then women wanted him to print them with colors already on them, so you would get a pattern like this one, but it would already be like, this would already be pink, and this would already be purple, and this would already be, so they wouldn't have to think, about what colors to do. They just wanted the pattern to already be colored. And so then he started doing that, and it became a big business. And it almost nearly died out in the US. It had migrated to Canada some. But even when I started doing it, I lived in Ohio, and so I could find stuff. But when I moved back to Texas, none of my friends knew what I was doing. None of them had ever seen it. They had no idea what it was, even the rug punching. And these were all knitters, and the whole reason I got into the rug punching was to use up my scraps from my knitting. And the closest store to me here is an hour and a half away. So it is still not prominent in all 50 states. All right, are y'all in commercial? I never can tell. Oh, okay, because it just said I had ads, but my Frosty Tools didn't say I have ads, so. All right, so, yes, there's Joann's and Michael's, and Michael's is now selling the tufting stuff, but not very prominently, although YouTube is making that much more prominent. But as far as if you went in and told them you needed a traditional rug hooking tool, they would take you to latch hook. They do not know what it is. They don't understand it. So you're never going to find this size of monk's cloth with a pattern drawn on it at a Joann's or a Michael's, at least not anywhere around here. I mean, I can buy wool. But I could never walk in and ask for a pattern, or if I needed a new hook. They don't have any of that kind of stuff at all. So, it's just not something they would just look at me like I was crazy. Like I didn't know what I was talking about. Oh, now we're in ads. Well, that took forever. text my mother. She's got. Yeah, tell her her groceries were delivered. And hey, Lady Cricket Bug, thanks for the lurk and the check-in. My mother, her groceries are there, so let's see what she says. She will text back in a minute. What have I got hanging down? Okay, right there. Okay, so when you first typed the Michaels thing, it said ads in 3, 2, 1. So that's why I didn't answer it. Now you see how long between when Twitch told me the ad was starting to when the ad started. I never know. Y'all, I am not crazy. I am not crazy. And I do know what it says on my screen. I am paying attention, but I swear I can't tell by what Twitch, and that's Twitch's thing inside their own app, not one of my cute little other people. Like my Frosty Tools was on it. Well, I just, I try, but sometimes I have no idea. If it's not going to work when it says it's supposed to, I look like I'm crazy. I think it cracks me up. I love it. And when it does when it's not giving out a fact and it does some little. So, I have not even looked. So, as big of a metroplex as we live in, I'm trying to think where the Joann's are. Oh gosh. I never go to Joann's because there is not one anywhere close to me. It is at least a 30-minute drive. Now that doesn't mean, it's not 10 miles, but in traffic, it's a 30-minute drive to either one of the Joann's I'm thinking about. Way farther into town than I go. I have Michael's and Hobby Lobby that are closer. But I haven't even checked to see. Because I do like Joann's for all my reupholstery fabric. When I want to reupholster something. When I get that wild little urge. So, see that loop's laying over, but this is where we're gonna have white. just have to look. Yeah, you know, you have to hit the right Michaels here to even have fabrics. Not all of our Michaels even carry fabrics. We have a couple of Michaels that do have fabrics, but not. All right, I'm gonna have to cut it again. Yeah, when they made their my mother's texting me, sorry, hold on. When they made their jewelry section, I loved it because that was back when I was into jewelry making, and they really do have a good section of jewelry, or of, beads and although when I used to buy in bulk for my fasteners and all that kind of stuff, I used what is it, Fire Mountain Gems. All right, she got her groceries, so we're good there. Again, here we're going to build our little points, right? We're going to come in and put our little I can't even find it. There we go. See, they will spread out and go wherever you don't want them. So you have to come back in with your background and make sure you have them at the right shape. That helps build those points, although which is why I keep my nails the length they are too. You only have a Joann's, and you're slowly learning to navigate craft stores. Oh, they are such a rabbit hole, Dub. You will have so much fun. Do you do crafts now? One Joann's. Well, you can probably get anything you need online. That's probably why all of them are shutting down, right? We buy everything online now. Plus, I don't have to leave my house, and I can have it same day. Well, I can because I'm in the Metroplex. So. Okay, I need to cut some more noodles. Yeah, so I redid, so I have a love seat at my kitchen table, and then I wanted to redo the two captain's chairs in a matching fabric. So I did shop online, and I found that really Joann's had what I wanted. So then I was able to actually go look at it and make sure that's what I wanted. Oh, embossing powder. Cool. Yeah, I do all kinds of crafts too. On the weekends, I usually will veer off into something else. I knit, I crochet. We have a laser cutter, engraver, and we have a 3D printer. So there's always a project I need to paint or do or whatever. But mainly on here, people tend to like the rugs, so that's what I tend to do the most of on here is the rugs. I used to do resin, so I have like a whole bunch of the micro powders. I don't have embossing powders. I embossed when I did scrapbooking many years ago, but I haven't done anything with it since. So what do you do with your embossing powder? Like, I'm probably out of the loop. I'm sure there's a craft I've missed. I'm sure there's something I need to know. Send me down a new rabbit hole. On glass, canvas, and ceramic. That's what I thought you might be doing. Very cool. And then, so do you do it on greenware and then fire it? Or do you use it in your glaze? I used to do ceramics. I loved doing ceramics. I have my own kiln. I told you I've done a little bit of everything. My friend's mom lived next door to a lady that her entire garage was turned into a pouring station. I mean, she had a huge pouring table and all kinds of molds, and I used to have so much fun doing ceramics. Well, that's what I'm wondering, if it would make it burn off and leave a texture, you know, kind of like they do with feathers on pre-made stuff. Ah, cool. How fun. Oh, very cool. In 4-H, you used to do it. Because they'll see, I would have loved that. My grandmother, well, I had one grandmother that she sewed, knit, and crocheted. And why she never even offered to show me how to sew, I do not understand. But I never learned to sew. You use a heat gun and have to seal it with acrylic spray or it will flake off. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I've lost. Yeah, see, me too. I love to learn on everything. Even if I'm not going to do it, I like to understand the why and the how and the. But why do you do it that way? If I can understand it, then it clicks in my brain. I always want to be able to learn new things. You did a lot of dry brush for intricate projects paired with gold. That is so tricky, the gold. I love. So, do you have any porcelain dolls? I didn't like it. I did the gold just on a nativity scene one time. I didn't like that very well. I mean, it turned out okay, but I think that's a little fiddly. And I did a lot of chalking. You never made dolls with no one around. You had the molds for the bases, yeah. You'd want to make a whole set of clown masks. Oh. Or jester's masks would have been beautiful too, like the ones they wear in New Orleans. Those would be really cool. Yeah, I only did the gold once. That wasn't my thing. I had a girl I worked with actually made porcelain dolls. And so for my mother's 40th birthday, because she had never had a porcelain doll growing up, so for her 40th birthday, I had a porcelain doll made for her. So she had a porcelain baby doll. Yeah, see, I don't know that I would have had the patience to do the hand sculpting. I like the idea of pouring it in a mold and just pouring the slip back into the pouring table. That I didn't mind doing. But I don't know that I could have actually sculpted stuff myself. That probably would have taken more than I had. I loved cleaning the greenware though. I mean, that to me that was so therapeutic. Because you're so focused on it, you can't think about anything else. Or it will go kerplunk and break into lots of pieces. Right. It can make a mess. Not to mention cause your heart to accelerate quite rapidly. Alright, I am going to pause and move this over on my frame before we keep going. Yeah, fiber arts are much safer. Well, you say that, and then I'll drag my hand across these needles and all these little carpet tacks, and then I'll be bleeding for a couple of hours. So it has its issues, but yeah, there's no explosions. But I can bleed. Alright, so we're gonna move this. Let's make sure we're taking it off gently, gently, gently. And it's starting to get heavy. It's a rug, people. It's a rug. Let me see where my end of my frame is. Okay, we're good. So we should be able to go. Whoops. Alright, so let me get my cover back on. This is what protects me from all those little needles. Because all of a sudden, when I go and put my hands in water, I'm like, why am I burning? It's because I have all these little pinpricks in my arm. Okay. So now, just pull this one just a little bit tighter right there. Okay. Put my light back so we can see. I've got a bunch of bulk over there. Now that it's getting thicker, it's getting a little harder. All right. So no, I bought this frame. Yeah, I bought this one. This is a standing frame, so I can sit at it in my office chair easily. And then I have a lap frame that spins 360 also. That's much smaller. Yeah. I'm going back and reading your things about the blow up in the kilns. Yeah, it does make your heart jump. Yeah, I've seen some on Amazon, but I don't know how tall you need and all that stuff. But of course, Amazon's my go-to. All right, so I left this hanging here because I couldn't go any farther, remember? So let's finish that up. Maybe one will show up at a thrift store. I know. We still have a ways to go, unfortunately, I think. But we're getting there. And I am going to draw a straight line too before we do anything with these corners. I'm pretty sure that other one is spot on, but we can always take it out if it's not. Well, I keep thinking I'm going to be much farther along than I am, but we are getting there. We were talking earlier about, you know, the price and why you can't sell these for, you know, people don't understand selling your handmade items, right? We all have that same issue. But when you think how many hours I work on this, thank you. I think it will look good on those corners, but I am going to make sure I'm not going to go by what the flower that's here, because see, look, that point is way over here and the corner's over here. So I am going to just draw a line, because you made a good point yesterday, and I want to make sure those are right where they're supposed to be. Ads again. See? Oh, I swear. That one down just a little bit. I am running this one just around until I run out of it. And that is it. So then I have this gold hanging down right here that we'll pull that tail up and keep working with it. And excuse me. Go ahead and run this gold. So what's sad is when we get this side done, then literally that is our first complete side, because where we started in the middle of the long side, so we still will have half of that side to finish. So this will be our first full side done. Border, because we still have one more border to go. We still have the navy out on this border. So let's throw these back out here. So we'll just run this out past this last flower. We're gonna redesign this corner. So, okay. Can y'all see how this is fighting me? So I need to tighten that up a little bit more. See, and they take this down so low in the corners that this gold actually dips down, but I'm not going to worry about it. So I'm turning this back around. And I am just gonna leave this hanging about right here because we need to draw our corner. Alright, so we'll take another one. We're going to start here where we left off on this one. I did purchase a lot of this gold, so we've got plenty, we're good. That's the other thing when you're trying to do one of these rugs, figuring out how much wool you need is not easy for me. So I always just buy lots more than I need, and that way I have it for other projects. And it builds up my stash. Thank you for the check-in. You want me to start reminding you and just say, hey, check in? Oh, well, thank you, Fancy. I love that you come in every day. Okay. All right, Classy, I'm going to just start telling you, hey, make sure you check in. I'm sure people would rather see what the next project I'm going to would be, but this one was a bigger one, so it was going to take longer. Yeah, isn't that nice? My daughter says, I think I told you that the other day, that she'll just look over and just stare. She can't hear me, but she'll just watch for a couple minutes. Just watch me pull loops. see. Tomorrow, I'm on at my regular time, 9:30 Central, and then Thursday, I'm actually going to stream, which is not my normal day to stream, but it's my mother and brother's birthday early next week, so I am probably going to, we have a birthday party for them on Saturday, so I may not be streaming Saturday. And then Friday, it will be afternoon time. So I think Thursday will be afternoon also. So tomorrow morning like regular, Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon. Maybe no Saturday. And then Sunday like normal, unless we're playing Diablo. And we'll see. Oh, you're rooting for me. Thank you. I get it. I get it. Alright. So I'm going to stop there. And I'm going to start coming back. We'll worry about that corner later. Well, yeah, it's easy to watch when you're at your desk, right? So I don't blame you. When you're able to get out and move around and do other things, do it. And then when you come back on Mondays, you can be surprised. Yeah, on the weekends, right? So when you come back on Mondays, then you can be surprised at where I'm at. Hopefully I'll have, well, I probably won't work on it at all Saturday, because we're going to do my mother and brother's birthday, and then I think my daughter and son-in-law, we're going out to eat with them. And they're coming over to look at some furniture that I'm giving them. So I doubt I will get anything done. Oh, it will. She's all excited. I make her favorite birthday cake, and we all show up, so she's happy. We have a very small family. My mother and my dad were both only children, so I have no aunts or uncles or cousins. My brother never married, has no children, and I have one child. So we are itty bitty. But she gets all the attention. She'll be 82 next week. So her now favorite cake, has been her favorite cake for the last several years, is a Bailey's Irish cream cake. That is her new favorite, or has been her favorite the last few years. Talk to you. Do you need the recipe? Because it is delish. It really is a great cake. Alright, here, let me get it. I'll put the link in. And it's so easy to do. So easy to do. Let me just make sure this is the right one. Yep, this is it. So, hi bud, what you doing? Is it that time? So my mother doesn't drink at all. And she wouldn't drink Bailey's if you handed her a glass of Bailey's. But she absolutely loves this cake. Okay, bud, just, oh, come on. What you doing? You want to come say hi? Yes, she doesn't drink at all. But she loves this cake. Are you going to stay right there? You coming to see me? Come on. Come here. Come here. You want to come say hi? Nope. Well, you have treats, so I know that's not it. You're welcome. Oh, absolutely. I cook with a lot of alcohol. Like my St. Patty's Day roast has 2 things of Guinness in it. It is the best roast you've ever had. But you put the Bailey's in the cake mix, and you put Bailey's in the icing. It is so good. So good. You are so welcome, Classy. You'll have to make it for him and let me know what he thinks. Well, I'm pretty sure it'll pass the test, I'm telling you. It's that good. I can say that with confidence. So I've got to make that for her. I'm trying to figure out when I'm doing that. I think I'll do that tomorrow afternoon. Argentinian wine that is very potent, and a little tomatoes and olives. Huh. I don't mind fish. Of course, my great aunt and uncle had a catfish farm, and then my grandfather had, well, what we call a tank. It was a 5-acre lake on his land, but in Texas you call it a tank. And he fed his catfish by hand. He fed them pellets. So I was not used to like catfish you just get in a real lake, because mine were never gritty or dirty, because they'd always been hand fed. So they weren't bottom dwellers like a normal catfish would be. First time I took my husband fishing, I said, "Watch, I'm really good at fishing." He's like, "Oh yeah." I said, "No, really, I'm really good at fishing." And he was like, I said, "Just stand there and watch." So he's standing there. My grandfather throws the pellets into the water, and it looked like piranha in the water. And I just threw my hook out there, nothing. He's like, "You're not going to put something on that?" "Nope, I'm just going to throw my hook." I threw my hook and got me a fish, because they just all come up to eat at the top. And he's like, "I think that's cheating." I'm like, "Nope, that's how I fish." Just... Yeah, they just look like a bunch of piranhas, and I just throw my hook out there and brought one in. I'm like, "Yeah, see, this is how I fish." He's like, "You're not going to survive in the real world." Probably not. None of that waiting and... See, so I have a picture. I was probably maybe 7 years old, maybe 6, because I don't think I had front teeth. That I am standing there with the biggest grin on my face, holding my fishing pole with my fish. And my grandma took my picture because my mother and my father and my grandfather said, "No, we're going to show you how to fish. We'll teach you how to fish." And they all had their waders on, and they all go out and wade in the water. And I throw mine from the beach, and I caught the fish. They didn't catch any. His nephew sat under a tree and cried. "Who's the bigger girl?" That's so funny. You know, like I said earlier, both my parents were only children. Well, my brother's 9 years younger than me, so I was the only child and the only grandchild on both sides of the family for 9 years. I was the boy, I was the girl, I did it all. And then my brother ruined it. And when my mom gripes about my brother, I remind her I never asked for a sibling. Not once. Never. I knew what I had. Your grandpa used to take you out fishing all the time. Oh, see? Yeah, an only child. You know about those only children. Alright, bud, we're ready. Just a minute. Do I have a favorite fish? I love the little angelfish. I think they're beautiful. I would have a fish tank if they weren't so much trouble. I think they're calming and relaxing. Well, I think that's where I will stop today. I've got some things I need to do since I was gone all day or all afternoon yesterday. Let's see who is out here. We're still in. So I don't know if you heard my answer, Fancy, but I love like the little angelfish. I would love to have a saltwater tank, except I'm not going to mess with them. They're just too much work for me. But I better do this one before I forget. But that's what I would love one. They're so relaxing, I think. So calming. forget. All right, I am going to. Yes, I will remind me right now to get that B, and I am looking to see. Let me refresh real quick, everybody. Okay, you'll pop in around noon, my time. All right, and I am going to raid the one I told you about that she is just starting her channel, so she needs followers. Oh, good. Okay, and so because you're in Illinois, right? So yeah, you're central. And she's the one that we're going to do a collab where she's going to paint and I'm going to punch the same thing. And so let's go raid her. And her name is Suz, and I think she has just started for today. So let's go do that. Hey Classy, I will chat with you later. If y'all want to hang out just for a minute, see this great artist, I would appreciate it. If not, I understand y'all have to go. All right, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go.
It's just a leaf. Did you go over to Suz?
And Deb, thanks for the follow. I hope to see you soon. Oh. She needs to go live. Why the fuck is she not live?